Hi everyone, welcome back to me streaming how to make this drawing application here. Um, so what is this application going to be? In short, I just want something where I can draw stuff. The things that I normally draw nowadays are thumbnails for my YouTube channel, but I always end up making a lot of questionable decisions when doing that. Like I use Photoshop for some raster manipulation. I use PowerPoint for some kind of vector drawing. Those are typically the most common applications I use. And I would like one application that can do everything. And I also want this to be a learning experience for how to make an application like this. Like, what is the thought process that goes into this? These live streams are going to be long and they are going to be boring to many people, but they are really what happens when you do software development and your application becomes something large. And I don't intend to make this product as any like a paid application, so plan is to have it open source, and I just want it to be learning material, so you can just look also at the code and see the contributions and learn from that if you don't want to watch the videos. But the videos support it like that. I don't know if eventually this could grow into some real application that maybe it would be worth to make it as a paid app, but I don't have any interest in doing that. So I think that it will just stay as something for free. I don't want this to be anything like that. So I really don't know. I have these questionable thoughts now because this could become something that many people want to use, but I don't want to put ads on it because it's going to like destroy part of the real estate, and I don't want it to be to cost or anything like that. So really, I think this should be just something as a learning material for making the code, and also um, something people can use for free to make their designs. And I'm quite sure it's going to stay like that. And another reason I'm making this is kind of part of the functionality of this application. I want it to be something that I can give to our students. Like if somebody wants to do project work or internship or something like that, we can offer some tasks to do, and maybe those could be some features in this application in the future. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud now. But anyway, so uh, I'm mentioning this because I have noticed since last time very many contributions coming here. Like I have 8 pull requests on GitHub, and I have to figure out now how to handle these. And I just want to point out that everyone who contributes here, thanks a lot. But I don't think that eventually this application will cost anything, so I don't think it's going to be possible to like make money out of it. At least I don't intend to do that. And that's the only thing I want to point out, that if you do contribute, do it because you like it, because you want to learn, you want to help others to learn, and something like that. Okay. So yeah, hello everyone. Yeah, thanks for joining. And plan for today really is to continue refactoring what we did last time. So some things are much better now in code structure and also in the tool itself. So when refactoring, I also try to somehow restyle some things or make some kind of changes to the application as well, so that refactoring is not just standing still from the feature point of view. And also, if you do work in the company, typically this is the one thing that bosses don't want to hear. Like, we will refactor this for the next month. No new features come. Bear with it. It's not something that your boss would like to hear. So thinking about refactoring this in a way that it doesn't stand still is also in my mind. So improving the code, that's the main focus, but also a little bit of improvements here and there where possible. That's kind of my recommendation of how to go. Plan for today, I have to do these 8 pull requests. I want to include all of them, but I haven't checked. So I just read a little bit what they are about and clicked on some of them. It's gonna be tough if there will be merge conflicts. So let's see how it goes, and then we continue with refactoring. Maybe something like this. Maybe some bug fixing also, things that I have listed there. And Gizmo Rotate, this was something that I want to implement it as a feature, but it's going to depend if there is a possibility to do that after all this other work, because refactoring is not easy. It takes effort, and the rotation feature is also very difficult to do. So maybe I'm very tired by that time and I just can't do it anymore. So it has to stay for later. But somebody here has implemented something to do with rotation. So let's see, we just don't know. And then after this stream, so this is going to be another long stream, maybe 6-7 hours. Let's see how long I can last. And it's gonna be the last of these frequent streams that I do for this application because my work starts. So next stream will be in few weeks, and maybe I can have another long one then. Let's see, because in the beginning it's not so much work, but really they will become less frequent. They will focus on feature specific development, so shorter streams, probably less frequent. And I still want to document all these improvements, so if people do contributions, I'm not sure exactly how to do that. So I want to document them in video form because I explain why something is like that, and I speculate, and sometimes those people are part of the chat and they can confirm or yeah. So basically, yeah, Gizmo Rotate. I don't know if I have a better way to do it. I haven't seen your way, but let's see. So yeah, right. Hi to everyone joining here. Okay, so again, I really hope that today the application is going to be in a shape that allows me to do this extension, so that new features come easy in the future. I doubt that it's going to be the way I want it by the end of this, because refactoring takes a lot of effort. And we spent many hours, maybe, I don't know, 20+ hours coding the features, and now we are spending about 15 hours, 10-15 hours, kind of standing still almost, but making the code in a way that it's clear, and that next time you look into it, you don't have to scratch your head and think, what is that, or where is that, or things like that. So the first time I wrote sloppy code, not very sloppy, but overall structure was kind of bad. because it's a prototyping stage. It's a stage where I don't really know what kind of application I build. I try the other applications. I try to do something from PowerPoint, something from Animate, something from Photoshop, behaviors. I see which ones I like, and you can't really plan these. You have to kind of test and see what you're happy with, and it tends to be a lot of back and forth, and that's why refactoring is often needed. It's it's usually impossible unless the project is relatively small and very clear what you do. It's usually impossible to make a list of everything you will do and then start doing it, and then at the end it's done. That's typically referred to as this waterfall model, and it was used in the past, and maybe some people still use it, and for some applications it can work. But in practice, you just don't know. There are so many small variables in play that that you need to prototype first somehow. And this is going to be a how to say a frequent situation that we develop something and then we have to see, do we need some refactoring, develop something, refactoring, and so on. Okay, so this is tentative plan for next time. It also depends on what happens today. Future features are also listed here for much later. But today we start with these pull requests. And I'm going to look quickly at them because, okay, one thing I really have to stress is that I don't consider myself an expert in managing these kind of things. I think I'm pretty good at algorithm related stuff, and I know some JavaScript. I don't know if I consider myself an expert with JavaScript, but I know enough to do pretty much anything I want from an algorithmic point of view. But then managing code from different parts is not my strong point because I haven't done it in a long time. And even then, when working things like this, somebody else usually did those parts. So I would work maybe on feature specific updates and not worry too much about this this merging aspect. So I suck at it, and I haven't been in that kind of environment also for a very long time, like 4 years at least. And oh, and now I'm teaching. So teaching things is not the same thing as and also making those tutorials. It's not the same thing as working on a big project in a large group like this, and this kind of simulates that. So let's just see how it goes, and if you have advices for me, please. But I'm gonna look through them kind of quickly at first, just to get an idea of what these updates are going to be. And I go from bottom to the top. So the first one here, Shape Factory and Event Handling Refactor. So this was, it was Michael's idea, but I don't think I have his screenshot for some reason. But Michael's idea, he made this update, and yeah, I think it links to these I think it links to these tools actually, and creating the shapes, and these event listeners here, he was suggesting to use this shape factory class for doing it. So I have a hunch of what this is going to be, but let's have a quick look. My age, I'm 35. Shape class. Okay, yeah, so it's that. And wow, 20 file changes. I'm going to need to focus really much today. Okay, also events here. Something new and the shape factory class. Okay, so two new files added there, and then an event listener for tool selection. Okay, interesting. So this one here. Yeah, and this is added to the tools panel itself. Okay, and then we have this big change. Okay. Shape tools is now an array instead of an object with keys. Yeah, we can see that change here. So this is an object with keys, and now it's made to be an array. I have some idea why that might be the case, but let's see. So I'm just going to go back quickly. And this is just typical rewriting. So instead of key, you have now tool.name. It's the same thing as before, the for in loop replaced with the for of loop. So it's actually easier to read in this way. And then check the radio button for the selected tool. Yeah. Okay. So a little bit change here in the tools panel, and then for I think all of the shapes. So the image, register shape, oval, register shape, path. Fixing some, I think this was my typo. Okay. Register shape for all of them. Loading shapes goes away from here. I think it's moved in the shape factory. Yeah, it's here in the shape factory. Here we have register shape and then load shapes, which calls load shape. Okay, this looks really nice. I can see that Michael is really good at code structuring. Oh, and he's in the chat. Morning. Let's see. So then load shapes instead of the previous, so just changing to new function call here. And configure event listeners. So this is something I believe he must have added for all the tools. I wonder if we could have a tool superclass and just extend that one. Let's see. And this was the change from the object to the array. And here, when selecting the tool, okay, removing all listeners. Using a find because previously we had that object, so now you have an array and it needs to loop through them, but it's okay. It's not like that's gonna be non-efficient piece of code when the tools are so limited. Looping it's nothing. Okay, and then this is something I talked about last time. So dispatching an event to notify listeners the tool has been selected. This is, I think this links to what we talked last time, and also MSH Ryan mentioned something about this observer pattern. So dispatching here events and then listening for them in the other place. So this tool selected, I think it was here. Okay, we've seen this before. Where are we listening for this tool selected? Ah, okay, in tools panel. Okay, yeah, so looks really good, and it has two things actually. So it has the using a shape factory here and also the events. I'm quite sure I will accept this one and in the very beginning to avoid any conflicts because so many files are there. Yeah. And then console error, typo, what is this? Oh, also from Michael. But this is nothing. He already did that in the previous one. I saw it just now. So I think this is something I can ignore. Preserve ratio on resize. So this is somebody else. This is me here, flux byte. Okay, shift key. Yeah, resizing now, when I resize something like this, we do have this constraint possibility. So if I resize this to a smaller width like this, it keeps the aspect ratio. But many applications, if I would hold shift now, it would also do that with the gizmo. So I think that's what this code is doing. Code refactoring for sign, no idea what that is, but only two files. This is sign. Yeah, I don't know why I wrote it like this. So sign math.sign gives you these values. So yeah, he writes it in one line here, and I don't need these extra two lines. So great, good update. And then here, ratio. Okay, let, because he plans to change it later. And if the shift key is pressed, it takes the minimum of the two. Yeah, and I think this links minimum is also what we used, if I remember right, when creating the shape. So shift actually does work when creating the shape to keep it as a square aspect ratio. And you can see we use the minimum. Like now, alternative logic could be that the square could be twice as big because my mouse is twice as much to the right than it is downwards from the start position. But we use the minimum for some reason. I think I just liked that it's a smooth transition here, and it would be choppy if you change to the other part. But yeah, so this is also really good. Both of these are coming today, and yeah, and then Yusuf again. Stop path autoflip. This is crazy. So there is a problem if you have a path like this one, and resizing it like this flips it. And now the issue with this is that it, if I click again one of these handles, it flips it back. So it works like this, and then I can move it around and do everything really. But as soon as I try resizing it again, it's going to flip it back. And I think that this might be the issue that he's talking about. And I was thinking about fixing this also. I thought that the shape could keep track of its orientation, and if it flips to change it, but I also didn't like that idea. Yeah, okay, he does something else. He updates the gizmo. So the gizmo's logic here, it's more complex. It's okay. Anytime it does a small change, like now, if I do this small change, you can see the width is from plus to still plus value. But then if it flips, it changes at some point from the plus to the minus. And I think that this is what that code might be doing. So basically, I have to read this code more carefully, but it looks like the change is only in Gizmo, mostly in Gizmo. And then here in path, and my image, those were the only shapes with the problem. If the flip is there, it multiplies the width by -1. Okay, we might rewrite this code in a little bit different way, but I think this is also directly acceptable, assuming there are no conflicts there. Then, wow, UI update from WebLoper. And Michael already commented on it. And wow, this a new UI for the app. That's cool. It looks very professional, and okay, looks like some kind of small bug with this panel or whatever. It's an update. It's not a refactoring. Wow, 18 files. Oh, okay. I think the formatter that he uses removes the semicolons at the end. So this basically makes all the lines look different. They are the same lines, really. You can see it's the same code, but everything looks different because of this. It's going to be hard to see what are the real improvements here. Well, these are clear improvements because at the moment we just have one CSS file, and this one has a lot. But then these things where the semicolon is messing up. Okay, this is an improvement. We don't have this in UI manager. Okay. And then the CSS files are here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to see about this, how to keep just, I think I start with the CSS files and oh, class tool. It's also something that I want to do. Why does it appear twice? Oh, tools and tool. Okay. Yeah, this is gonna be um, yeah, just a second. I will check the chat in a second. So, okay, let's do it now. Hi, Ravi. Command design pattern for the tool button. Tool button. What is the tool button? These, maybe. Maybe. I want to first just focus on these these pull requests. Good morning. Script dependencies. Okay. Wait. Ah, okay. You mean these? Some things for the styles, or yeah, I would like to keep it without anything else, but at some point we will need to use, like, if you think about using some nice fonts, um, or I don't know, we can say, yeah, 7 and 8. Um, I think that this is definitely useful code, and also in the tools there is something that something happening here. But I might take just part of this code somehow. It's a little bit much, and again, it's not refactoring at this stage, it's redesigning. A little bit scary to... I think it might take the whole day if I focus on this now. But let's see. Michael again. Event dispatchers for tool selection. This was already in the previous one. Styling for the workspace. This is a new one. Okay, contributors go outside of the canvas in some div or whatever container. Okay, a little bit different structure. I think this is nice. This is okay to improve. It doesn't make the HTML file bigger. It just gives it a little bit more structure than just 2 things, 3 things, what we had before. Containers, holders. Okay. Some CSS coming soon. And then here, transform section append child. So this transform section is somewhere. Here. Okay. Color section and text section. So dividing these into transform, color, and text, even though the text is going to be completely elsewhere when we work on the text tool. So it just groups things in a meaningful way. So the color section has the colors and very small changes here, but it makes things clearer. And the style, oh wow. CSS, I don't know CSS. I know some things. Okay. These look like some kind of global variables. And they are very useful, I think, when you want to reuse these throughout the application and not refer to the same color, for example, everywhere. But basically, I mean, that's good. We didn't use any because I didn't care much about the styling, and also because I didn't have that much styling. But when your style becomes your style becomes complicated, I think they are very useful, and you can just reuse BG color later on instead of referring to this. And then if you decide to change BG color, you don't have to look everywhere in the document for this color. And yeah. Oh wow, dark mode. Okay. So using system style, yeah, media query here, and it changes it overrides the variables from here. So these are just variables. CSS is a really powerful language nowadays. It overrides those, and then this applied to everything. You can see the variables being used. So instead of some color, it gets the variable from there. So really nice. I don't know how to write CSS like this, or at least I haven't tried. So I'm learning a lot from these updates. And then the button, okay, new styles for the button, but relying heavily on those globals there. I think it's nice. Wow, so much work into this. Okay, I'm not going to look through everything. I think it's no point. Oh, wow. Even some animation coming, I think. We have two requests. So we have two of these pull requests with focusing on UI now. We have this one, and now we have another one from Michael. And both of them look really like professional. I think I'm going to have to accept this one just because Michael contributed before, and I think it will be so that less conflicts are likely, and it will speed up my process. But I'm going to look also at this update maybe today or at some point and see what is useful there, because really I can't accept both. They are both trying to do styling here, which is again not really refactoring. It's a redesign of the application. I just want to minimize my work for today because I do want to refactor some other things as well. So this is somehow how my mindset is here. I don't want to ignore this contribution. I will look at it from Ravi, but two of them, how to handle it. My only logic is this: less likely to have conflicts coming in this way. And then rotation of shapes. So this is crazy. Here has rotation using property tools and rotate handle using gizmo. Okay, so some feature is not implemented all the way, but many files changed, and yeah, just adding a new field in the properties panel. So here we will have some rotation. Great. It's how I would start doing it. A big problem, it's like like, of course you could add a feature here, a handle that you could start rotating things. But the problem, if you would start with that, which is really the thing that most people use to rotate things, not entering numbers there. The problem starting with that is that you do too many things at once. So here, remember how we did the width. So minus 22, okay, actually we have a limit here, so it needs to be positive. We have to think about that eventually. But let's say 200 here. Let's say 300 here. When we change the value here and we press enter, some code is figuring out new positions for all of these points that create this path. That's a complex thing that you have to code, and we implemented it already. But if you think about this, to make that implementation, you need to calculate somehow the difference from the mouse position to this new mouse position, and then call the thing that I talked about before from here. So event handlers, calculating differences, a bunch of code, plus the code I said previously. So that's why I typically like to start with this properties panel, add the basic version, and then after rotation is implemented, think about how to make this tool better. And I'm happy to see that this is like that. I think it was saying that the gizmo doesn't have solution for that. Okay. Working with degrees, which is fine because end users are more familiar with those than radians, and taking the remainder when dividing by 360, because if somebody enters their, like, I don't know, 720 degrees, then that's just the same as 360. So in the code, it fixes the value, I think. It's fine. And other updates everywhere were needed for managing this new property. Yeah. Just updates like everywhere where we change the width, height, and resetting values and so on. These are being done now for rotation as well. Interesting that this code is here. I think rotation is an object probably, and it wants to copy it without the reference. Yeah, it's an object with angle as the, for some reason. Set rotation, yeah. Rotate by. Ah. Okay, using this canvas manipulation for the rotation. I don't think I want this. I will accept it, but I don't think in the future this is a good idea, because if you think about applications like, I mean, using those canvas transformations, let's say you have this rectangle and you rotate it a little bit, and then the shape knows it should be rotated, it moves things around, it's fine. But if you ever want to work with the points directly, then those points really need to be located at a physical location that can be moved around like this. And I think that you could work with your code and do the transform from one rotation to another rotation when doing these draggings on a rotated shape, but might be easier to just calculate real coordinates for each individual point when modifying the rotation like that. So eventually this rotation needs more math involved. Here it's kind of tricky. What does this mean? Does this mean if rotation exists, take the angle, and probably that. I remember this syntax being available nowadays, but I haven't used it much. Okay, but it does do something, and this is for the gizmo, yeah. Let's see what these are. I'm excited to get this code, but I think I know what it's doing. So it's relying a lot on the Canvas API for doing this, and it's making it look good. It's okay for taking screenshots, converting things, but eventually when editing becomes more complex, oh, okay. There is also some of the math involved here. So I'm going to accept, and then we look at the code more carefully and try to understand when we get into that. But this might cause conflicts if I accept these in that order. Let's see how it goes. And then finally, create input with label previous behavior. Ah, okay. I remember load label text to lowercase was used here for the for before, and I changed it for some reason to use the ID instead. And now this code uses the ID, but if the ID is not there, it uses the that. So sure, good. I don't know if this broke anything before, but it probably did, since Christoph Christophe, I don't know how to pronounce this, sorry. Uh, hmm, Christoph? I don't know. But yeah, good update. Small thing, but all of these are useful things. Okay, let's check the yeah, no external libraries. I just want that the code that we make to be explained everywhere, and if we start to use too many external things, uh, we can't do that. I mean, we can't do that. If we use too many external libraries, we maybe something important or relevant becomes hidden, and I'm just thinking the educational value of this. Of course, many things could become much nicer by using some styling libraries, for example, in this case that we were looking at the styling there. That's something like maybe Bootstrap or whatever. But then again, you showing us now with this variables in CSS, I don't think I've ever taught those in any video, and I don't even know them well enough. So it's a learning opportunity to teach that they exist and that they can make the code much better. And I'm even learning things. Web loppers. I don't know what that is. Yeah, the interface. Okay, so the interface from this update from Ravi. Yeah, I saw the screenshot and it looks amazing. Yeah, I also think. Okay, Ravi is here. Yeah. Um. Yeah, I mean, I will look at it, and I want to incorporate as many of these things as possible. But to be honest, I when I started streaming this project, I never thought that people would contribute, and in this case, so many contributions are coming. And I mean, I definitely will include your contributions somehow, like even if it doesn't appear in the GitHub there, I will list you as a contributor if I take some of the CSS or whatever later. Let's see. But thanks a lot for the update. I just want to be able to do something and not just think all the time today. So now I will start accepting these. Just a quick look and the chat. So I missed some messages there, but they were removed. And then here, advice, college, lost motivation. Yeah, I mean, it's normal. I don't really know what to advise. Really, I have a video on motivation. It works for me very much, and um, this one. But the problem is, even though I know the things and I know what works, doing some of those things, starting to do some of those things sometimes just doesn't happen. Getting yourself to do those things that keep you motivated or help you stay motivated, you're not somehow not strong enough to start. And if you would start, then it works. And in your case, you lost motivation to do anything, especially programming. So I've been there, definitely. I would say if you want to try it, do some kind of very small things, and check those off some list, and then your mind somehow feels like you have accomplished something. This morning I went swimming. I even took some video there, I think. I don't know if I can show it to you, but I went swimming and I took some video, but probably it's not gonna be very visible there. But it's me swimming somewhere with the camera in my hand, and then I also went underwater, and I did some kind of swimming underwater or whatever. And I wanted to just show to friends or something that I've been swimming, and going there, actually swimming, taking the video is two things that I did today. It seems like silly, but I did them. And now when I started streaming, I already did something today. I also cycled to the place. I also did some jump rope at the place um, because I wanted to do some kind of exercise. Now I'm sitting here for 6 hours and my back will hurt by the end of it, and it's gonna hurt less because I did the other stuff. So uh, my point here is now when I'm into this coding mode, I'm not starting to do things today. I already have things that I've done, and my mind thinks that it's okay, and more things can come. And hard to explain, but yeah, motivation is a problem. Like I think all of us have it, but small things like that can give you. It's like inertia. Like if you move a big object, if you start moving it, it's very hard. But once it gets moving, it's easier to keep it moving. And same with this. Start doing small things, and then you can do more and more and more things. And starting to do something, it's hard. But if the things that you are doing are really small, and not really difficult and maybe fun, then you're likely to continue with more productive things during the day. So I hope this helps. I don't know. Is flipped instead of the negative value. Yeah, maybe. Let's see bug fixing after we take these. Also get a playlist on coding video editing app. There is a playlist. I think the playlist is in the description of this video also. So I think it's there. If it's not there, let me know. And the GitHub is also there. So the playlist and video editing app. I don't have. I did do some video editing in code, but I didn't make a video editor. So there are some these video editing tutorials on the channel. Some live editing, like real-time editing of camera footage, and some editing of a video. But I don't have anything like that, and I'm not gonna do it. I mean, the drawing app is hard enough to do. On top of this, maybe an animation app would be using some of the components from here. That would be nice. Who knows? Maybe someday I make a whole creative suite. Video editing, sure. But then we get to the problem of the efficiency. So I think that in JavaScript, we can get a nice application here in the browser, efficient enough. We just have to be careful in what is the time complexity of different algorithms and not misuse resources with JavaScript alone. And if you think about video editing, somebody mentioned WebAssembly last time, and that's one thing that I didn't talk about, but basically it can be more efficient because it's going it's not interpreted, and you could use it definitely for this application, but I prefer to keep this interpreted code because it's easier to debug, and we have the debugging tools for JavaScript. And also, I really think that we can have a good application, fast application, responsive application with JavaScript alone. So video editing in the browser, those would be the problems. I don't think that JavaScript is fast enough for that. Maybe, I don't know, maybe using shaders or something, somebody was suggesting. But I don't plan to do any video editing um, mm, tool with JavaScript. I have done a lot of video editing with JavaScript, but just by coding those effects. Like if you uh, like even if you look at that, where is it? I think it's the video on the home page, but if you're a subscriber, you probably see this one instead. But many things in the mathematics playlists. Uh-huh. Like this one, the start of this is just JavaScript here. So I'm just finding the color of these balls and then drawing a line and then calculating a distance. And actually, so here I'm editing some kind of video footage with the code. And then this is this was one of the hardest videos to make on the channel because it's all animated in this way and it becomes 3D and whatever, and crazy things start to happen in the middle of it. But so it's possible to do some editing in JavaScript as well. But when you think about applying complex functions, complex algorithms to those videos, then that's hard. And this was made with libraries, by the way. I think this was 3JS. I know this was 3JS because at some point the the thing switches to the third dimension as well somehow. So I didn't want to reinvent the wheel there. So some point goes in the back and some in the front. All right, but I think done with the chat, and I don't know. I'm sure there must be some open source video editing, like basic things, maybe brightness, contrast, or things like that could be possible. Low level language. I don't want to switch the language. I don't think that I teach JavaScript on this channel. I use it and sometimes I teach some things, but I mostly focus on solving different problems, and many people watch the tutorials using other languages because I don't use many libraries. Of course, if you think about the canvas, I use that a lot, and it might work a little bit differently in other applications. But many people follow tutorials in other languages as well. I've heard at least Python and C Sharp and Java. I've heard a lot of people coding with these other languages. Um, so I don't really teach programming languages on the channel. I teach other stuff, usually problem solving algorithms and things related to mathematics I like to do in the free time, but those are also the most difficult to teach in a nice way. So I don't have that much energy for those nowadays. Okay. Yeah, I'm happy you like that I'm doing this. I mean, I would like to do a lot of things, but this is really a hobby, and some of the content I give to the students also. But I mean, at work I teach live, so that's my actual work, and this comes usually in um, yeah, I don't put that much effort into the YouTube channel as you might think. Okay, so back to these and let's begin with this one. Let's merge. Okay, 7 to go. um, this I don't think is needed, so I think this was already fixed. Let's check real quick. So I'm going to go here. If there were more of those console.err instead of error. So I'm just going to go here and do a pull now to get the updated code. And console error. So it's not ERR, it's error. So this is not necessary for me to fix here. And I can just close this one, I think. How do I do that? Like that. Okay. Shift preserve aspect ratio on resize. Let's accept this one too. I didn't see any problem with that. It was relatively small with 2 file updates. Oh, okay, this one. Right. And now because we have 2 things coming here, I'm going to be cautious and do another pull. And have a look here also a little bit. So it was in Gizmo, much of the updates, and the Gizmo was somewhere, transform box Gizmo. And this. Yeah, so it's here. And let's do a quick test of the application. Okay. Yeah, and now resizing this with a shift, it keeps something. What does it keep? It's not really what I expect. Why is it doing this? So with the shift, okay, and then some bug appearing there. So if I open some other application here and I resize like this, holding shift, it keeps the aspect ratio. So this is what I expected to happen. Without shift, it would do this. So we have the same thing without shift. Oh, okay. We actually don't have exactly the same thing as PowerPoint. We have, seems like the resizing is keeping the other corner fixed. But I'm quite sure that other applications like Animate, for example, has the center control point there. So relative to that is what the change is happening. And I kind of like that implementation. So let's have a quick look in this one. So like this. Yeah, it's what we have. So this is the same, but now if this has this aspect ratio and I hold shift, it changes like this. And in hours, this is fine, but if I hold shift, it does something. I think something is flipped there. This corner should actually go perpendicular to the line that it's moving in. So let's see. So it works with these ratios. Then it just takes the sign, okay, the minimum of the absolute values, and then it takes the sign of those, multiplies by the minimum. So, and then it uses it somewhere here. I think it works for the bottom right, not for the bottom left. And it also works for the top left. So it doesn't work for top right and top left and bottom left, but it works for these ones. So this is interesting because these kind of issues, how to say, it's really important to test very thoroughly when you implement something, because I think the logic is good, but then top right and bottom left have some issue. And if you think about it, how to say, yeah, exactly, it's working, but you don't find out that it's working or that it's broken unless you really thoroughly test everything. And sometimes you implement a feature and then you go in and then you click here, perfect, done, let's move on to the next feature. But typically you have big companies can employ software testers for this purpose. Small companies can't, and you really need to try all these functionalities after you implement them. So top right and bottom left. Could it be that these should be flipped like this? I don't want to spend too much brain power on these because no, because I want to spend it on other things. Um, but bottom right works and top left works. So top right. Top right. It's like top left. So I think the logic is top is the same, but right changes here. But the minimum ratio, okay. The sign is still there, so it keeps it. Why nothing here is changing it? Uh-huh. 2 minus ratio. Wait, maybe I didn't test well when I did this. I think I might have pressed Control instead. No. Now it works, but it's opposite, so this works well. This works well. This does something crazy there. Yeah. Oh. And it works if you keep this like so, but yeah, something is wrong with the math there. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, maybe I try to think about it. So the ratio is there, scale 2, because we want to have, it's now calculated to relative to the center, and it would be just halfway, so we need that. Why do we add 1 to each? It basically makes it into a positive value, I think. No, okay. X is negative like that, and Y, oh, I think the ratio was broken even before this update for the top right corner, because I'm not pressing shift. It's going in reverse for some reason. Let's comment out this a little bit and make sure that it's that. Okay, it's going in reverse for some reason. Yeah, I did list their Gizmo bug fixes. So it's here. So actually, it's probably my fault. I think it's my fault. Uh-huh. I have changed the values here, but right. Right. Okay. Yeah, okay. It wasn't broken. It was correct. Thank you. So, um yeah, sure. Thank you. Why is that added there? I don't remember what the logic was. Ah, okay, because it's 0 if I don't do that. So I wanted, okay, I wanted with respect to 1. Okay, a ratio of 1 means no change. So if I start here with close to 1 values, that means no change. Okay, so now if I'm here, it's 1, and if I grow a little bit upwards, it actually becomes minus. Why becomes minus? Because, I mean, becomes less than 1, because I think of the way that it grows, like y grows downwards. X increases like that and decreases like that. So, and here y decreases like that and increases like that. Mhm. Okay, so y decreases like that even though the shape becomes bigger, and increases like that, it becomes smaller. This is everywhere except here. So at the bottom part, y increases, the shape becomes larger, and x increases here, it becomes smaller. So x increases here, it becomes larger. X increases here, it becomes smaller, smaller, and larger. So the way that the shape changes, it depends on the way that x and y change depend on don't reflect the size change directly. We also have this crazy thing. I really don't remember what I did there, and somehow my mind doesn't want to go into the math right now. But top right, so the x stays unchanged. 2 minus that, it was to fix this problem. So to make it still grow like that. Otherwise, if we wouldn't have 2 minus this, then growing here would shrink it in that way. So it's a little bit nasty to think about the reasons for these things right now. Yeah. Okay. So that's the reason for these things. So yeah, I think this change size is something that the new size, the new width and height, this this final value here might be what we need, but this depends on which handle we press. So actually what Yusuf was saying. Let's just try something here. So something like that. Let's see if this works for top left. Top left now. No. Min ratio. No, it doesn't work. Oh, I'm not using. And it needs without that. Yeah. Okay, this works. No. Yeah, I was not. Okay, why is it breaking? Uh, Wait, I'm doing so stupid things. Min ratio is not a ratio, it's a scalar. So uh, and this is was it like that? So ratio becomes, yeah, from ratio. So here actually it is like that. So let's try again. Without it, and with it, it works. Okay, so this is fine. But now if I copy this code to the top right, and let's have here this final ratio thing. So nothing and 2 minus that. For top right. So like this it works, and With shift it also works. So this would fix it. But the ratio now depends on yeah. Horrible code becoming there. So not good. Yeah. I'm computing the ratio here depending on these handles. So here a ratio x and 1 because I don't want to change the height in any way. So the height stays like that. For the left, 2 minus ratio x and 1. For the top, 1 and 2 minus ratio y because the height here stays 1. And bottom final ratio is like that. And top left, ratio x I think some code disappeared there, but I mean, there's no final ratio in this case there, so I did something stupid, but it doesn't matter. So top right is 2 minus ratio y. Top left, it was both of them with minus 2. Like that. So now I have this final ratio calculated depending on the type of the handle. And now I can adjust it based on this shift key. And now I loop, and I don't do the switch inside of the loop. All I do is change size like so. So actually the loop becomes simpler. And the complexity went here into figuring out the ratio based on all those crazy things there. And if I'm right, without shift, everything still works as before. And with shift, everything works again. So in the previous implementation, there was no need for this. So ratio becomes overwritten. So I don't need this other variable. This comment is good here. And oh, it even works for these. But I can't make it bigger because it's the minimum, right? Interesting. So it even works for those, but I can't make it bigger. If we would change this to the maximum, now this behavior is still okay, and here I can't make it smaller because it's the maximum. I think we don't want to behave in that way. Yeah, we don't want it to behave in that way. This one with shift doesn't do that. It only does for resizing both things. So I kind of like this behavior. It just means that we only do this if the handle is one of those. So it's the shift key and it's one of the corners. Yeah, so here the shift key doesn't do that. Okay, I think we did it. So that's fine. Let's have a quick look also at this shape factory. So it's here. And I want to quickly check how it works with that dispatching. Oh, two things. So every time I'm pressing one of those, it's dispatching, and every time I'm clicking these, it's dispatching. It's nice. And I think that one of the advice from MSHRIANE was to do a similar thing also for the shape size. So the values there come from these. When these change, dispatch an event for size changed or something like that and do that. But I'm not gonna do this, maybe even maybe later today. I don't have now time for that. I need to move to the next pull request. So this is nice. It's a really good implementation with the events and with the shape factory. So now let's have a quick look also. Each tool has configure event listeners and remove event listeners. And it adds this pointer down event listener there. For the path and for the rect tool. Select and shape tools. This is something else with the array here now. Right. Okay. Quick test everything. So let's try the text tool. Let's reset, swap, make it smaller, or remove entirely the outline. Nice. And let's try. Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay. Good point. I want to test everything. So I'm gonna make a commit now. Drawing in resized viewport seems to work. Save and export functionalities. I'm going to copy this and delete and move this here. Maybe so, paste this one. So it's on top. We still don't have those reordering back to front or whatever. But live stream, some new thing here. New drawing. And let's try also the save export. So saving live stream. Let's also export live stream, refresh, open live stream. Seems like it works. Let's open also the image of the live stream. Select. It's here. So this is the image of the live stream and the objects of the live stream. Everything seems to be working. Let's try opening something older like the yin yang, or opening the car, PNG. So now it adds it on top of the yin yang. And I'm holding shift now and resizing the image, and this is really nice. So really nice. I think that this shift resizing is great now that it works. It wasn't very far from working. I really like it. Every time you resize some image when you work on your any document, you should resize it in this way. Because we work with ratios, it even works like this. So holding shift works with multiple images as well. Really nice. Okay. Yeah, really nice work. So let's make sure that I add also the contribution so Mihir did this. I'm adding it now to the contributors list. Michael is already there. I don't know if I should reorder these based on how many times people contributed. I think Yusuf is leading. I think Michael is today giving us a lot of stuff, and Pesterenan has also done stuff multiple times and commented a lot in there. This doesn't really mean anything, but maybe at some point I'm gonna display them with bigger font or. And here, I really don't remember. So Rahul somehow rings a bell. So I'm not doing. I mean, this won't matter much. But somehow I think that I should list people according to how important the things are. And I just don't remember exactly, but this is a better ordering than before, I think. Okay, so with everything now done, let's stage these. So yeah, not loading splash screen because I want the application to load instantly. I mean, you know, when you open Photoshop or something and you wait there, like loading, and then you see everybody in the list. I like that I see everybody in the list, but I also want to do something right away, and I don't want this to have a long loading screen, but I want them to be displayed in some really nice place in the app. Also, by the way, if you want to be listed with some other name here, I mean, some people use their nicknames, and I just copied them from somewhere, so some people have uppercase, some lowercase. If you want to change these, you can let me know in the chat, or you can also do it yourself as an improvement. About tab, that's possible place to put it. Yeah. At some point, we also need to find a name for this advanced drawing app, and if you have ideas, you can write in the chat. But I'm gonna probably do a poll and voting thing, but I don't have almost any ideas for this. So if you do have, let me know. And yeah, pretending to load. Let's see what we do, Yusuf. So if I include this or not, but yours or not. But now I want to do one commit. So okay, and so. And now let's continue the horrible stuff. So you think that this is not applicable now? It will give me some conflicts. Okay. You might want to wait until the end. Like, I will close this and you can do your update if you want to help like that. So let's have a quick look how difficult it is to resolve these. Hmm. I think the only issue is this, where we changed the way we calculated the ratio, and then here related to the flip. Okay, I will close it, and if you want to do the modification, I think it's quite easy. So if you're working on it now, let me know, because I can wait. So let's close this one. Okay, and now we have two more things really, because this is nothing almost. It's something. It's there might have been something that broke, and also I want to keep the previous behavior, but it's small and it won't cause any conflicts. This UI thing, not a big. I mean, I already mentioned that I will take this other one. There are some conflicts here, but I think they are going to be minor. And I think that this doesn't work with the gizmo file. So even if Yusuf is doing something there, I can start checking this one. So let's see here this interface with resolve conflicts. Yeah, okay. So I think this is what I do here. Okay, and the index HTML. Ah, okay. The index HTML is this one because this is the one with the updated style as well, so it needs to have this. I think this should work. So let's see. All right. And now, oh, still something. Oh, why doesn't it save? Why it didn't save the update? So do I have to do something else in this interface? Or I need to do something else after doing this. So okay. I don't get why this is not working. So oh, zoom out for commit button. I thought it's there, but I wasn't seeing it, so okay. Where is it? Zoom out. Where is the commit button? Should it be here somewhere? I'm lost. Or maybe after I do the change. So there. Okay. Um, okay, so it made these updates, and now with these files that are changed, including the contributors, the new ones that I added, so now I can go here and do this merge. And I think there have been several updates here, so I think it's possible to do this so that it doesn't keep track of all these individual updates from there. Maybe this is the best thing to do in this case. I think so. So let's try that and see what we have. Okay. Back to the code. So I'm getting here already the inner HTML. Yeah, I think this squashing is useful sometimes when you are working on different things and making multiple commits and you don't want to have a record of those on the main branch. Okay, now I'm scared. What happens? Refresh. Wow, look at this crazy thing. Okay. Now, before I test even more, these layout changes, they do block some of the screen. These properties, it blocks some of the things here at the bottom, but it's fine. I mean, normally I would have a bigger screen than this, or maybe something like this. So typically these things are are like that, blocking that part of the screen. And wow, we have here this. This might be what that animation was for. At least one of them. Okay. Some errors there, but I will check to see. Oh. 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 I know. I think I wasn't paying attention when I did this fixing the HTML, and I forgot to include. I think the file is there, this shape factory, but it's not included anywhere. So shapes. And events also. Here. And shape factory probably needs to be before these. And events seems to be important. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I should first get the code here, solve it here, um, and then push there. Okay, thanks. Okay, so where were we? Testing this new UI here. Um, hmm. Wow, the scroll works. I wonder if the scroll worked before or if this is a new feature. I don't think the scroll worked before, but you still have to press enter after you scroll. I think it probably is. I don't know if it's default behavior, I don't remember. But this looks really great. So, okay. What happens if I resize the screen? I'm curious. Okay. Something happens if I resize the screen. It's great. So in the previous version, we had the problem that resizing this screen would leave emptiness around it. And how is this fixed? I'm gonna make this very small just to see something. Okay, so actually the problem is still there with the canvas, but the properties panel is floating to the right here, so that's good. That's good. Okay. Nice. And file and edit, I guess these are ready to hold things. But they don't have anything inside them. And this contributors container is there. I like that the contributors are highlighted like that, but somehow I find it distracting when they are moving all the time. Yeah, I like it because it shows everyone, and now it's hiding people. um, okay. What was I doing? Yeah. Um, I think I don't need these. And this accent is something we don't use anymore anywhere, so I'm just gonna remove it from there. On hover, it doesn't work in this way. I wonder why. It does it add it every... No. Yeah, I don't know why it doesn't work. If anyone has ideas, then let me know. Ah, mm, seems like not enough. Mm. Should I add it to this container? No, because then it doesn't affect this one. The container is probably fine. And this has 100% there. Hmm. Where is it? Oh, it's in the menu there. Yeah, I think it's restarting the animation every time. I also have the same feeling. Yeah, you're better than me. Yeah. Oh, help about menu. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I also kind of like the idea that they are here. That somehow not hidden behind some click. Um, and about menu is something we don't have yet, but that's one thing that we could do. Uh-huh. Okay, let's try to see what Mihir is recommending. Is it like this? Seems to complain for something. Ah, no. No. Maybe this? Aha, okay. Thanks. I guess what happens now after they end? It's it's like oh, is it doing the opposite? Oh, is it like that? But I think I can't hover them, so it's paused, but it should have played all the way, right? Because I can't hover it if it's not there to hover in the first place. Okay. Okay. Maybe I moved some things around and 244 to 240. Mm, the hover is should maybe be added to this, but then it doesn't affect the other one. Okay, but that um that I think just does that just go one time until the end, or ah, okay. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to um remove 249 to 240. Ah, Oh, okay. You want... Okay, let's try this. I just want to see what happens if I remove this now with the normal day there. And okay. And now let's try this. So maybe this was the suggestion. But no. Ah. I'm messing everything up. Scroll left. I think this is important to keep it like that. Now to transform here, should that be by default happening there? Or yeah, I do too many changes at once. Okay. Okay, so it has to be paused in the beginning. And then we change it to running on hover, but then I need this to be there in the very beginning. So should this translate help with that? Like if it's going here, I would have expected it to be already there. But it doesn't seem to work like that. Or no, because I think this moves other directions. So somehow I expected it to be like this. So this paused is there now. It's running on hover. But I just can't hover it. This doesn't seem to affect in that case. I'm gonna just leave it like this for now. So it's fine. Okay. Seems like it's taking even more. Yeah, I can leave it for later. It's not a problem. I like that it's moving. It's just that sometimes I sometimes I get distracted by it. So maybe I just keep it like this, and if I get distracted by it, I hover it or something. I don't know. It's not a top problem now. So more requests here. Rotation of shapes. This is the scary one. It's not very scary, but um, I think that it's hmm. It was many files. Viewport, properties panel, and then each of those just to add rotation there. So many updates here. They are just small things in each file. There are some conflicts there. I'm gonna check first these changes that I did here and commit because I made that mistake before, forgetting these, and like that. And now let's try to take this code, this rotation of shapes, somehow locally. So in VS Code, how do I do that? Do I... Um, so if I don't want to resolve the conflicts here in the interface from GitHub, how do I take now rotation of shapes there? I don't remember. No. No. This one. But it seems like I can't merge it from here because there are still the conflicts. So this one. I think this is already, we are in main. So I just did these updates now here, and I want to get this update into VS Code. Okay. But how do I get it, because usually maybe this one. No. Ah, okay. No, that I think that makes, does that make a new branch? I don't want that. Maybe this one with by number. Could I use that one? Okay. Yeah, I'm lost with this. I know what you're trying to say, but terminal or okay. I somehow don't want to use the terminal. My Git skills are not fantastic. If it can happen with the interface, then maybe it's better. But I guess I can do it by command if I don't have anything else. Let's try, yeah. Okay, so check out by PR number. Let's see. So and now it was 15. Okay. Okay, thanks a lot. I think this will work. Okay, so now I have that one, but now it's not. Oh, there is a resolve conflicts button here also. But do you mean that I should maybe first, or can I press this resolve conflicts now? Maybe it's doing that automatically. So that, and now I guess I can see here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to zoom out, so maybe the text is not so visible. But rotation is here, so this must be the current version in the main branch. And now this is probably saying how I want the improvements to happen. So here, these are the updates that we have for the handle. And case handle rotate. This is something new that is being added. So that's the problem. It was working on the same code as before. Right. Okay. But now this is happening. The ratio that is being calculated. Okay. It comes from there. And then it's applied. But we don't want to scale in any way. Yeah, we don't want to scale in any way if we have the rotate. So I definitely want to keep this part of code. So accept this one. Yeah, I want to take just shape rotate by 0 somewhere. Okay, that's the only thing. If it's not one of those handles, if it's the rotate handle, then shape rotate by 0. I think this is not maybe not implemented, so it's not so important. And then in the properties panel, wait. Okay. Now, how do I get that view that I had before with this merging view? It's opening it for Gizmo, but it doesn't open for properties if I click on it here. Yeah. Mm-hmm. How to get this to see the other issue in the properties panel? So this merging view, I have it here and I see it for the gizmo, but there are issues also here. And I just don't know how to open that. Or does it? Oh, you already resolved? So is there something fixed here? Or no? Seems like it still shows some issues here, and before it was showing different ones. So yeah, I need to practice using this VS Code for Git. So you said that you resolved something. Does that mean that I should that I could find some updated version of this that doesn't have conflicts? Or should I continue here finding the issues? Mm-hmm. Maybe that's the best way to do it. Like, I don't know. This is confusing me. Also, this interface is a little bit different. I could have done it in the web page there, I think, but I want to also learn how this VS Code works. So yeah, so far I'm not learning it. No, probably. I wonder if this is the only conflict. But no, it was saying that there are two conflicts. But here I just see the one in Gizmo, and that's it. So there must be something else elsewhere, and I just have no idea how to do that. Hmm. Yeah. Okay. So meanwhile, I look here. Some of the refactoring has been done through the pull requests, so I didn't have to do much anything. That shape factory there. So something. And then some bug fixes, not really bug fixes with the gizmo, but improvements of the gizmo were already added, and also layout. So gizmo the fixed aspect ratio, and then bug fixes haven't been solved, but this one has been solved. I want to somehow highlight it here as well. And layout updates also added. Yeah, I think I will switch to that main branch now. Can I do like this? Or did I already do something here on the... I don't think so. So let's have a quick look at the gizmo if it's still the same from before. Transform box. Yeah, I think this is fine. So yeah, I can't do this. Well, I think I can't do this without fixing these issues now. And I'm not sure how to cancel doing this. Yeah, difficult. Yeah, I don't want to do this anymore. Yeah, I'm lost. So this is the other branch, the one from this one pull request. Number 15. One with rotation. I guess maybe like this. No. Hmm. How do I undo what I'm trying to do? And okay, what is this button? Okay, now I can actually see what I was wanting before. Or no, no, I don't. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know either, but I don't want to do the. I don't want to merge this with the main anymore. So this has no conflicts anymore, so I think that you solved it. Okay, let's try. So how would that command look like? Would it be um, mm, I'm not sure. -f. Did that work? I think it maybe worked. So in the transform box here, I think we are back in that in main. I think now we are in main. So this is fine. And now I can actually take this one without problems, I think. Let's have a quick look at the files changing. Yeah, and then mm, okay, so okay. Handles is an array now. So this was different, right? No. Okay, handles was an array before also. Hmm. All right. I see now. You're taking here you're creating some variables at the top. Okay, I was confused a little bit what is happening here. Fine, and then what is this feature flags? Something here. Okay, I think it's gonna work. Let's try. Let's get this, and then when the code is there, maybe I have faster. I can understand things faster. So, yeah, I mentioned before that these things confuse me, especially interfaces that I haven't used. I've used the terminal before, but it's not. I haven't used Git in a very long time, more than just basic operations. So maybe I need to brush up on that if I have these streams taking in pull requests like this. Okay, but definitely now I can do this merge. And I squashed this time as well. Okay. Yeah, okay. Wow. This took a lot of effort, even though I did almost nothing. So I'm really slow at this. But now the rotation is there. And let's see if the application looks differently. So there is here rotation, and it goes counterclockwise and clockwise. Now, when rotating, this seems to work. Okay. That's good. I don't know what I did, but I discovered some bug. I'm not sure how it happened. But okay, rotating more. And even keeping this ratio seems to be moving quite well. Okay. So this works. How about that handle? There was there something in this gizmo? A rotate handle. Oh, okay. Okay. And this is something that hasn't been implemented, I suppose. So Okay. And now there in the gizmo, it just uses 0 or something like that. I'm looking for this viewport. I think it was in display. And when creating that hit test canvas, I just give it here some styling for now because I can't debug at the moment to see. I think like that. So the same thing for right and for Z index. But oh no. Okay, now I'm debugging somehow over that properties panel, but I think it's okay. So it does have a way to display that handle there as well. Yeah, okay. So you wanted to make this rotation work, and it didn't work out. Let's see what the problem might be. Okay, so it finds the information here. It's rotation and angle 0. And. For other ones, I guess there is no rotation. Oh. So this, all the handles now have the rotation information there. I'm thinking if this, yeah. I'm thinking if the rotation handle should be a different kind of object right now. For hand drawing. Okay. Yeah. Oh, for handle drawing. It was covered by that heart in the chat bottom right corner. Ah, okay. Okay, so it's something else. It's now I can't even select that, damn, because this canvas has because you need to draw them at an angle, I suppose. Okay. But this handle here, so I would like to know what type it is. Oh, there is a type. I think I'm now confused because of all the Git issues. So there is a type here, and that means that when I'm getting these, I do have something. Type 0, type 1, type 2, type 7, type undefined, handle rotate. Okay. So basically here, but somehow this code now is complicated. This should be, I think we should have a different handle. So transform handle and then, I mean, scaling handle, and rotate handle. But now I get it. So this is the place where you want to have the rotate by some amount. So I have a feeling that some of this code I can't do online like this. So I'm thinking how to do it because I might spend very much time thinking about something and the solution just doesn't come. And then it might be better to try to code something offline and then when having the live stream come with some solutions that might work. But now I want to try this one, so let's see. But here, shape rotate by 0 in this case. If I put 10, it rotates by 10, like so. 10 degrees. Okay. So what you want to calculate now is somehow the angle of the mouse. So we would like the angle between the mouse position and start position, but relative to the center point. Huh. So angle between 3 points like that. Okay. Yeah, sure. So we have some shape, and that shape has some control point here, and there is also a control point here. And when we click on it, I'm just going to draw that arrow a little bit to the right here, pretending it's clicking on it, but I want to not be confused somehow. Let's see. Yeah, the drawing is ugly. So let's say that this is clicking. And now let's duplicate this elsewhere, like so. So we are moving now this way. And what we want to calculate is this angle right here from those two locations. We do have this one. So this is the start position, and we have mouse position. and we need to calculate this specific angle here. Tangent is something else. You might mean arctangent, but that will give you this angle right here relative to some 0, 0. So in this case, I think it might give you something like that. But that's not what we want. We want this angle right here. So for that angle, let's see. Yeah, okay. This law of cosines, I think it's also called the generalized Pythagorean theorem. It's one of the generalizations for this Pythagorean theorem. So this is the relationship. Pythagorean theorem works in the right angle triangle so that a squared plus b squared is c squared. You know that. But it's only in the right angle triangle. Now, there is a more general version of it, so you can get c squared in any triangle if you know a squared plus b squared, so same as before, but you do a minus 2ab cosine of c. So c is this angle. Now, cosine of 90 degrees is 0. So when this is a 90-degree angle here, like this one here, then it means that this part is 0 and you just have the Pythagorean theorem. But depending to this cosine, this c will change a little bit. So now, knowing this, what we really want to do is calculate the c angle. So basically what these nice people are doing on Stack Overflow is doing the opposite. It's taking essentially something squared plus something squared minus something squared. So this means c squared minus a squared minus b squared. Wait. Yeah, but with the minus, probably some minus simplifies. So c squared minus a squared minus b squared is equal to minus 2ab cosine of c. And now they divide by minus 2ab, so that changes this as to a squared plus b squared minus c squared, because the minus is changing those. So that's how they get here 2 plus signs and 1 minus sign. It's because of that minus here. And then it divides by 2ab. So divided by 2 times ab. And after they do that, they have cosine of c. So to get the value of C, they need to take the arc cosine of everything there. And this is probably the reason why you had some issues with that, because it's not, like you said, it's not straightforward. So how do we do it? We have 2 points here. We have the mouse position and the start position. So if you look at this one here, we have this point and this point, and this would be the center of the shape. So this one here. So start position, mouse position, and the center of the shape. And do we have the center of the shape here? So I don't think so. It might be inside of the bounding box. So bounding box unfortunately doesn't seem to have the center. We can add it here. So middle between top left and bottom right, that's the middle. So now with this update, going back here, we can have our points, and let's just say that I'm going to use the center point in the middle. So yeah, so let's say get angle between points, and now the points are going to be start position, shape, old box center, and mouse position. And this get angle between points, I'm just going to make it as a utility function for now in this MISC, because I don't know where to put it. So function get angle between points, and we could now use some kind of notations like this, but let's see, A, B, C. So now I actually want the angle at B. So AB, I need the length from A to B. Let's update the vectors to be able to do that for us. So it's not really yeah. Let's actually put it here. So A, B, and we could use the vectors for that, but distance means nothing really in the vector context there. So I could say here return like that, the Pythagorean theorem, using the Pythagorean theorem, or I could write a subtract b dot magnitude. It's the same thing. A subtract b just gets the vector from A to B, so that would be this arrow here, and then the magnitude is the length of that vector from A to B. So I'm using now the vector math that we already have here, the magnitude and the subtract. So this is the Pythagorean theorem, but it's the same thing as before, but it considers that the vector starts at the origin, and it does after we subtract. So this gives us the distance here. So with distance, we can write here AB, BC distance from B to C, and AC distance from A to C. And I'm gonna put a comment here, angle. How do they call it on that website? I think they had some name. The vertex. But they're all vertices. I guess in the context of angle, it probably means that. Okay. And oh, wow. AB squared plus BC squared minus AC squared divided by 2AB BC. So I think this is correct. It's exactly this this thing, but with a different notation. So 2 squares added up minus something divided by 2, the other ones, and then arc cosine of everything. So now with this, going back to the gizmo, angle and then rotate by. Now this gives us radians. We want to convert to degrees. And we might have to flip, but let's just say. So I have a typo. Subtract. Some error here. Okay, let's do debugging here. So a value. Okay. So the first one doesn't change because it's the distance from the start point to the center point. So that's clear. The second one does change, and it would be the distance from the center point to the mouse. And the last one is from the start point to the mouse. So if I start rotating, this one is a small value because the start point to the mouse is almost nothing. And these are almost the same because, again, the start and the mouse location are the same. So then the angle is here, and I think this is correct. Let's try to draw 90-degree angle. So I'm going to move from here to here, and we should get pi divided by 2. So we don't get that. Okay. Start position and mouse position, whole page. Let's see again. So if I move from here to here, oh, really? Oof. Okay. Then, if, good point. So that means, oh yeah, that's why it's so big there. But is it really? How I learned, I'm just old. I mean, I just practiced very much these things. So I've been programming for 20 years, so and I get stuck all the time, but very often when you make those tutorials, in the tutorials I'm not stuck because everything I have the code already, I just show it. So that kind of gives the false impression that some people never get stuck, but it's not true. We are getting stuck now all the time. Oh wait, this is a problem. Something. And I think rotate by is this I want set rotation. If you have it there, then set rotation. Yeah, that formula that I wrote before actually only has the it doesn't have the direction of the angle, so that's one problem. But other issue seems to be Seems like it does depend on how far I am on the screen, apparently. Mm-hmm. Vector from event. Oh. Yeah, I was not using the returned angle. Sorry, I'm behind with something. I think all of these are vectors. So let's double check. They're all vectors. And yeah, they are using those screen coordinates. I completely forgot about that. So when we get those start position and end position, we get the vector like that directly. Okay. And then adding event listeners, it gets them. Yeah, so maybe here we have to do also get adjusted position. So now it works only on one side. We got it to work, but only on one side. And the problem is the sign of the angle. Like the method that I showed you for calculating the sign there. The angle there, it's not the signed angle. It's just an angle where the smallest value can be 0. So that's why rotating this Also, rotate seems to be restarting at the previous position there. Yeah, so really only problem is that. And the thing with going back to the previous position, Yusuf might have a fix for that because he fixed also the problem with the flipping. And I think it might be something similar. Okay, but let's see out of curiosity. So that solution that we found on Stack Overflow didn't work because, I mean, it's a good solution, but it's for some other problem. Yeah. I will do a commit after I fix this. Copilot wants me to add something here. And this actually works. It's another approach. It's using the dot product of vectors. The dot product, yeah, I have some tutorials on these. I think the vectors, the vector videos or something. Maybe the distance from point to segment video or something like that. Some of my math videos anyway teach you about that. I don't want to go too much into it, but it just gives you a value between -1 and 1. So if the vectors are opposite like this, it's going to be -1. If they are like this, it's going to be 0. And if they're like this, it's going to be 1. So arc cosine actually gives you the angle of that in radians. So when it's like this, it's going to give you pi, half pi, 0, and so on. And I think that this will span across everything, but the vectors, the two vectors here now are, how to say, like this is one vector, this is the other vector, this is the start location, and this is the end location, but this is now the center point. So it's a problem because these vectors are not defined like that. They are defined according to whatever the 0, 0 of the page is. I think now it's in the middle of the screen here, but just for the sake of demonstration, this is actually one of these vectors and this is the other one. So that method that Copilot wanted to write will give me this angle, which is meaningless. We want this angle here. So not good. What we want to do is get this vector from the center to this point and this vector from the center to that point. And we can get that first here in some other way. So let's keep this as a reference. And now let's just say v1, and this is going to be this vector here. We get it by saying subtract from the center to the fixed start. So now we get this one here. And then we do the same for v2. And here we say get angle between vectors like that, v1 and v2. And it would work, but we don't have the dot product implemented, which is needed by this new function. So if we go back to the vector here, we need to implement something like that. Dot product It's just adding and the multiplication on x and on y of these two vectors. And I want to add one also here for the static implementation. So now I think it will work. Fingers crossed. No. Of course it doesn't work. Damn it, it's just another approach as the previous. Of course it doesn't work. When I explained that this is -1 and this is 0 and this is 1, well, the same thing happens in the other direction as well. This is also 0 and this is 1. So -1, 0 in both directions. So again, this sign is not maintained. Let's see if Copilot has some solution. Get signed angle. I'm just going to go with this, and then if it works, I try to figure out why. Oh, I fixed it. Okay, and clicking on it again, that issue is still there, but it's fine. Okay, so why did this work? V1 and V2 are now really those things that I'm drawing here. So even if the shape here has a center point, my first mouse position here and the second mouse position here, this is V1 and this is V2. So consider this as 0, 0 now because we did that subtraction here. So what does this do? Get signed angle between the vectors. It does arctangent of A, Y, and X. So that means A is V1 in this context. So arctangent of this one is with arctan2. I believe it's this angle. Oh. What is happening? What is happening when I'm drawing a fast line like this? Strange. Some weird behavior I have to figure out. It's wrong. Anyway, so this is the first angle here. And then minus the one for B. So if you get this angle here and then the one for B and you do this minus that, you're left with this one. And this works in any orientation. So if they are like this, then the first angle that is calculated is going to be relative to some some line like this. I think it's this one, but it doesn't matter. It's this, or I think it's this one. So it's going to calculate this angle and then the second angle. Okay. And when you subtract, you get this one, but now you get it with minus because this was smaller than this one. So basically, it's going to give you minus this angle here. If this is the 0 angle, it's going to go the other direction in this case. So if these would be the other way around, so this would be the first one and that would be the second one, then your angle would be this direction. So the same value that you see here, it always corresponds, starts at this 0 location there. So really, we saw many ways of implementing angles here. And this one with the signed angle was maybe the simplest formula between them, but it was really important to do this operation first, because if you don't fix these, it's not going to work properly. So if V1 would be fixed start and V2 would be fixed mouse, then your vectors start at some 0, 0 location. So you're going to get this angle instead of that angle. So just as a quick demo here, you can see how the mouse goes further in front and then catches up and then goes further in front. How much further in front is going to depend on where it is on the screen. Now it's actually going behind a little bit. So some weird behavior happening. But with that fix, it's just fine. I think no matter where we put it. Okay, great. So let's clean up this a little bit. I expected here to have the coordinates for the start location and the mouse location to be really the ones from the viewport. So could I go here and actually do that? So if the start position, no, because I need the pixel value there. Okay. Oh, we can leave it like that for now. Let's write these with a more meaningful. Or we don't have to because it's coming from the viewport. I guess it's clear enough. And now I have to add some explanation here. Like that. And here I don't need these logs anymore. Okay. And going back to the vector, we need the dot product there. And if we wouldn't need it now, eventually we need it to appear. And I'm gonna leave these two functions here. I don't need the distance. Eventually I will need the distance function, but when I need it, I implement it. At the moment, it wouldn't be used. So with these, it still works. And let's clean up some logging here. So it was in tools panel. Okay. So something breaks here also when it's 0. If it ever becomes 0, there is a problem. Also, now this works, but the coordinate system is wrong. Now you can clearly see that the coordinate system is wrong. This rotation is not straightforward to do. So I can't do the commit just yet unless we fix this one as well. Bummer. In some applications, it wouldn't matter, surprisingly. Like, I think PowerPoint has some weird things, weird behaviors sometimes. Okay, actually, what happens with multiple shapes? This would be interesting to find out. It resets. So it's still quite far from a useful feature because of these issues. But if you think about them one by one, and if you don't care about this extra thing here, which might be, I think maybe Yusuf wants to fix, since he has already some solution for the other kind of related thing, then it wouldn't be an issue. So the only problem is when it starts at a different rotation there. But let's see if I can fix it, because somehow I'm still working on it here. So I don't think it's very complicated. So in the gizmo, we set the rotation to something, but we also want to know the old rotation. But before everything, the same place where we get these boxes. So like that. And then here, and then here. Maybe like that. I think there's something to do with some combination of rotation had the angle. Okay. Okay. Okay, but really in code, I think it's best to keep everything in radians because of all of the math. Functions do that. So maybe now. Okay, I think this is fixed. So I'm just going to do. Should I change also? Should I fix also these? Wait, they work now? They work now. Or not perfectly, let's see. Not perfectly, the mouse is still going a little bit more than it should. Okay. Yeah, I'll check the chat real quick, maybe eat something, and then try to... Let's try to fix this first. So in the gizmo here, mouse delta X and mouse delta Y. These are not correct. anymore in the new rotated frame. I mean, after doing this, mouse delta, like if you think about this scenario here, where I would click here and move to the right. So I click here and move to the right. And sorry, I don't want this. I want oh my. The rectangle selector doesn't work anymore. I mean, it works, but that will need improvements also. Yeah. Crazy stuff. So if you think about clicking here and moving like that, we actually want it to be I think decomposed like this. So if I move like that, I want only this thing to affect. Think about it. Like now I'm moving it like this. All the way here, from here to here. And you can see it's not reaching the mouse. So maybe my drawing was too small there, but it's not reaching the mouse. If I let go now and move the mouse straight down, it moved too little. So yeah, and now somehow. So it's actually more complicated. It should move more. It should move this much in this direction to reach the mouse. And then also vertically. Yeah, so not easy. And also not easy to explain these things. I don't think I should have started working on the rotation yet because the refactoring takes a break now, and the rotation implementation now will need to be refactored as well. So this is making things complicated now. Yeah, this will need more thought, I think. I think I will just leave it like this with the issues that it has. because they are not not that horrible. I mean, this works just fine. This, it starts to work a little bit different, but like if I want this to be a long rectangle, I can figure it out. And if I want it to be a long rectangle the other way around, even if my mouse is not there, I can somehow figure it out from differences in movement, in mouse movement. So it's glitchy. It's not proper, but and this seems to work. Yeah, so I leave it like this, and I do that commit, and then I have the break, and I check the chat, and let me remove this canvas there for the debugging. Maybe one more thing. So with that, yeah, let's just remove that canvas for debugging there. So false. Okay, and now I can save everything. Added, implemented rotation handle. I think this is everything. So I'm very tired now with this math related stuff, and it's still not perfect. So where were we? Gizmo rotate, it's there. It's not perfect, but these Gizmo bug fixes is something that I really want to do, and it will be refactoring the Gizmo really, which will fix also these bugs, I think. But I don't think I want to go into that. I am so tired right now, and I've almost finished the contributions. Two small things left. This or one big thing that I don't want to look at now, and one this is very straightforward to fix, so no problem. And almost done with the contributions, and then I still have maybe 1 hour energy left for refactoring, so it's not. I was very slow today, but because of all the contributions from everybody, I actually did today more things than I could have done by myself. I hope that everybody realizes that. Like, if you think about all the styling and all the refactoring with that shape factory and the event handlers, the rotation is there, even though there are small glitches, but again, I have seen glitches in different software with rotation, and people just use them with the glitch, and it's just fine. I don't know if here I can demonstrate such glitches, but there have been, well, here there's some kind of glitch where this bounding box is not covering the objects. I consider this a problem. So if I undo, when I group these, it doesn't cover those, see? But if I have some shapes, even if the shapes look like that, like I'm gonna try to draw very similar looking shapes here, and they are not rotated. So I'm trying to draw the same kind of shapes, but without the rotation there. Okay. So if they're not rotated and I group them, this group looks different than this group, see? And it is not the same bug, definitely. It's not the thing that I'm showing you now. If I select this thing here, rotated shape, and then I start resizing it, the mouse is always at that point. So I'm not saying that this application has the same problem, but it has some problem related to rotation, which I don't like. And I don't think that there are many applications that don't have any um, unwanted behavior. Like everything I've used has some kind of issue like this in one way or another. And sometimes you just learn to deal with it. But they are causing different issues. Like if you want to align this in some way, like maybe to the side of something. Or let's try see what happens. Align to the top. So if I'm aligning them to the top like this, you can see this line is continuing like that. And they don't look aligned to me. Like if I would have multiple shapes like this, and I press that align to top, these look okay to me. But this one doesn't, even though I selected all of them to do that. So really the only reason why they don't work is because the rotation of this shape somehow affected something here when deciding the bounding box of the group. We don't have groups yet, but we will eventually. Yeah, okay. So now my break and checking the chat. So not much in the chat. Good. I can rest. It was an instance of the vector class. It's just there were other issues. And yeah, I wasn't using the angle, and then Yusuf, I made the commit. Did I do the push? I did. Okay. Corner scaling after rotate. Hmm. Something like that probably has to be done, but I really don't want to think about it right now. My head is exploding from all those Git operations. It looks like I really suck at that. I mean, I could use the interface in the browser apparently, but then somehow the terminology there confused me. So I was able to move to the other branch, but somehow I wasn't able to switch to different files to see what the conflicts are, and I didn't know how to do anything with VS Code. I really need to learn this, and I haven't worked on projects like this in a long time now, and with more people working and conflicts happening, so I think now it's the time I'm learning this. So actually, Mihir was right. You can use the tangent. Is he in the contributions? He does appear on the GitHub once, I think, because yeah, okay. I don't know how much I was able to teach during this stream, really. I think I was just confusing myself and others, but something is there, and the point of this stream was supposed to do more refactoring, and some of it happened. I think here um, when I took this one, very good. But also we have new features now. We have new features. What was that other issue we had before with the gizmo when the handles were not working right? Oh, it was the shift. Does the shift still work? Um, yeah, shift works. But what does shift do in a rotated scenario? It works, but you need to somehow guess where the 0 point is. In this case, it's here. So this is very confusing. Like if I have another shape like this and I hold shift, 0 is gonna be in the center point. But see here, the interface is really confusing it. The 0 point is okay. Now it's there. Okay. So rotating, and now with shift, 0 point is here. But now if we start here with shift, the 0 point actually gets much closer to the center because we had a point to begin with, so it's gonna be somewhere there anyway. But the bug is always there. Like now my mouse is not over that corner, and that is always fixed when we have this, like okay, actually not always if you hold shift, but if you don't hold shift, it's always there. And this one, even without holding shift, it's not always there. So there is some issue there. Yeah, you're welcome for what it's worth. Somehow I feel like today was I see a lot of progress, but I didn't do much progress. It's yeah, and this rectangle selection. Oh yeah. Let's add it here because rectangle selection now looks. So okay, this it makes it white now, so I don't see it well for some reason. Let's see in the selection tool. This one. Now I see it. So I don't know what's wrong. Okay. Let's see. So auto flip bug. Let's merge this since there are no problems. I'm gonna discard this. Oh wow. I think something crazy is happening here when the if 0 is reached or something. But I don't think this is part of the implementation. I think it was before also. And if I jump over 0, it's okay. Let's try opening the car. Oh, not that. The car editing file. Oh no. Okay. Let's not do that. It looks like there are some bugs with backwards compatibility. But let's actually open the car as an image file and test that flipping also with the image. So Okay, it's upside down, and if I... Seems like it works. I won't look too much in the code because I think some things there can be improved. And I don't want to refactor the gizmo anymore. It's been too much, too difficult today to do. Yeah. Okay, I have a feeling I know why the rectangle selection doesn't work. So I think that this distance here is the distance of this thing at the top here. No, I don't get it like that. Should be there. It just doesn't appear. Is the canvas still starting at... Oh, maybe this fixes it if I do it here as well. Oh no, no. Yeah, eventually I think this will, I have an idea how to redesign this code. So whatever I would do now, I would just fix it. Um, I would just fix it in a sloppy way because I think this rectangle selection will go into something else when we implement more selection tools, and this trick of using the div there, it's not going to work for other selection tools, more advanced ones. So yeah. Yeah, okay. Mm. So how much was that? So the reason it works now is because this is 32 pixels. And I'm not sure if it fixes everything, but at least this behavior wasn't appropriate. And let's see how it behaves with the rotation. So this is just fine now, not selecting it. If we do this, what happened? So this is now why it's weird with the rotation. It's one of the main reasons about it is the thing I mentioned in the very beginning when I saw the implementation, that it's the points of this shape are still there where they were before. This shape internally, it's still there, really. It's still here, even if it's like this. So this point is actually still there. It's just a kind of a illusion that it looks like this because of the canvas manipulation. Done there. So this is one thing that is potentially going to cause problems. And this might actually be the thing that I don't know how it's implemented, but it might be what PowerPoint is doing. Now that I think about it. Okay, no problem there. No problem there. Okay, here's some problem. It's not that. It's not doing that, but okay, and actually, if I rotate the shape, wow, interesting. Ah, very strange. It looks like it prefers this bounding box if the rotation is not big enough, and if it's big enough, it prefers this one. And this, I think, is the bounding box when the shape is horizontal. So not, it's related, but it's not exactly the same thing. Yeah, it's the canvas that is rotating. So that's why when accepting this update, I was thinking a little bit that, okay, it's going to work, but it's not the way I want it, because future things, future tools will have some problem. But if you think about it, let's bring back this. If you think about it, if I would implement this selection tool using the hit test canvas pixels, at the moment we are not. At the moment we are doing it using the coordinates of those points. But if I would just check this rectangle for any purple pixels in this case, then it wouldn't find this one. I actually think that that implementation is better, because there are situations when this selection tool doesn't work at all as I expect. And selection in general doesn't work as I expect. But if you think maybe no. Okay, also undo seems to. Like now, it's gonna select like this, but it doesn't select if I click here. I need to click here. I don't like this. I would prefer it to work based on this shape. Like if I intersect that shape, so using the pixels there. But anyway, so my point is this rotation seems to apply on both cases. And that means that for these clear cases, like this rectangle, if I rotate it like this, and if I implement this based on the pixels, which is straightforward, I could do it right now, then this problem is solved. It's fixed. But if in the future I want to do more stuff, like maybe make these points editable, like in PowerPoint, probably I will rely on these handles. So if each individual point becomes clickable, I can move it and I can still use that. So in theory, the rotation problem might not be implementing the rotation like this might not be necessarily a bad thing. But it is. I am sure that at some point when we have to calculate, like now, you see these handles, they don't work as expected. And the same thing will happen for the individual points as well. So the math there will become unnecessarily complicated to deal with the fact that the rotation is not really changing the coordinates of the points. It's only artificially drawing it somehow at that coordinate. So just to be clear, this rectangle and its points here. Okay, no, rectangle doesn't have points. A path here. So if I look at the path and I take its points, the first point, it's a vector with 45, 45 minus 53, 45. And I rotate it like this. Of course, the first point, this one from the top corner, is not there anymore. But if I list the shape again, it's still there. It didn't change. The only thing that changed is that the path itself has now a rotation with an angle something. And in the drawing part of this, the canvas is doing the rotation trick, so the shape actually looks where it should be. But these points are not at that coordinate. So that's something that is going to make things very complicated in the future if we will leave the implementation in this way. I hope I can. I hope that what I'm saying makes sense, because this is a very important thing. Line 117. In select tool. Yes, we should. For rectangle, it's maybe fine. There are some things that need to be somehow clear. Like, a rectangle is defined by its width and height in our application. So it really has the width and the height, the size defining it, and the center point. And then the rotation on top of those widths and heights are defining the rectangle very well. So the rectangle is not really a problem. But the other shapes, Like if you think about drawing a shape like this, this is defined by its points, the coordinates of these individual points. Now this rectangle, it's still defined by width and height, and changing it like this makes total sense. Now the bounding box of this one is vertical in this case. It also can change, and changing like this is some possibility. But one thing that eventually will have to happen is I want to be able to edit the points of the shapes. So here, clicking the point and moving it around is going to be important. And this is still a kind of a path from our definition, from our object definition. But this rectangle is a rectangle, it's not a path. It becomes a path if we start editing its points like this. And this is something that is not really clear, but now this is not anymore a rectangle. It's something else. It needs to contain the point coordinates, really. It's not so clear for the rectangle here, but if you think about some other shape, like maybe this arrow, you see in PowerPoint, it has these control points that I can make the arrow larger and I can make the arrow smaller and something like that. So at this stage, this is still an arrow. It has some tools that make me able to change meaningful properties of these arrows, things that people want to change. But if I edit the points and I change one point like this, they disappear. This is no longer an arrow. I would have to move everything one by one to get the same shape as before, and I'm not going to do it correctly, like the same control as before. So internally, converting rectangles to some other shapes in our application should happen at some point. It's a nice ability to work with the size of the rectangle or the size of an oval or things like this. And maybe we will have some objects like, I don't know, star. This control point helps change the star properties like this, really nice. So maybe we will have things like this. Actually, the rounded rectangle has this other control point for the corner radius. So the reason I'm showing these more complex shapes here is because rectangle doesn't need extra control points. But I wanted to show to you that if you start modifying this internally, the program, PowerPoint in this case, is no longer considering this a rounded rectangle. It's considering it a path, and the paths here are a little bit more complex because they have the Bezier handles. So you can generate these nice curves. Other applications might work a little bit differently here. So I'm taking this one as an example because I think it's doing many things right. Like there are a lot of possible shapes to choose from, and many people like choosing these and using them in their designs. Usually you make PowerPoint slides using them, but I mean, the reason I like PowerPoint so much is when I was doing research, I was making so many PowerPoint slides that I just know how these tools work and I can use them fast. And I don't know Photoshop well enough, but I do know that its interface is designed for raster manipulation, and I want that in addition to vector manipulation. Now we started these vector features, and PowerPoint is not for that. So I'm not using it as a reference when building that. I'm using this, and also I've been looking at animate quite often because it is doing some things differently. Like here you can see I rotate this at a different angle here. the bounding box of the combination here, it's really intuitive. There are no problems like in the other one. So this is what I mean when I say, okay, the other application has some clear problems there when grouping together objects. Here, grouping them gives a very intuitive bounding box for the result. Okay, so yeah. And a very important thing also to note is that I'm speculating a lot. I mean, when I point out that some application has some intuitive thing or counterintuitive thing, and then the counterintuitive thing, I give some reason for it. I don't know if that's the reason, but they might do something like this internally, some kind of. This is clear what's going on. When this object is rotated less than 90 degrees, it's vertical at 0 degrees, if you think about it like that. Dimensions bounding box are used for the for this cumulative bounding box, but when it goes more than that, it uses the ones at 90 degrees. I can tell you that it does that, but I don't know why they choose to do that. And the reason for why they choose to do that could be one of many. It could be a small price to pay for some efficient implementations or whatever. Maybe eventually we will figure out those two. But I really want to somehow slow down with new feature development here and get some combination of features in our application that is really intuitive. And at the moment it's not. This rotation is messing with different things, and these are the counterintuitive things. Like, you want to get now this at a specific location, you're gonna get annoyed because you have to somehow guess where that point is going. And no, the other things don't have this problem. So okay, yeah, okay. But anyway, so I think I'm done with this eating, and let's try one more hour of some kind of refactoring. This part is too difficult, so I don't want to do it now. It will just be a waste of time. Not refactoring necessarily, but bug fixing. So loading the car from before gave us some errors here. I think that in this properties panel, properties panel, rotation, I think this was the syntax to check for if the rotation exists, then have the angle. But I want that or I guess 0 as a default. Still some error. Yeah. Let's see if this works here. Vector.js. Rotate by center point. Oh. Okay, it actually gives an error apparently when loading the file. So haha. I think that much of the reason for this is that that rotation has also this angle value there. Ah, but why is this a problem? I mean, I can understand that they don't have the rotation there. Hmm. Okay, so that's the syntax for it. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm wondering why is the angle there? Um, I mean, it makes it clear that we are working with degrees, maybe. I'm not sure. Is the rotation described by anything else than the angle? Like, why was the implementation like that with rotation having an angle there and not just rotation everywhere? Because it just seems like it could be simpler than this. What do you think? Yeah, that also might do the trick. Yeah, I'm thinking. I mean, I don't know. Maybe me here knows. What was the plan for having the angle there? Oh, I think I didn't change it in the code. I changed it maybe in the developer tools. Okay, and the same for everything. So good speculation. So is it needed to have this? Okay, and here actually, is it needed to have the rotation as an object? Can't we just have the value of the angle there? Would like to know somehow what the reasoning for that was. Oh, even text has rotation. I wonder how that works. Okay, but now with these updates, I think that code shouldn't cause the problem anymore. So no more error there. And errors start to happen when moving one of these objects. Yeah, so loading here existing objects. doesn't give them, I think, any value for the rotation there. Yeah, changing the JSON is not a good idea because I want to somehow teach about this backward compatibility, and now loading the old. Well, last time I actually skipped that part for some reason, but now if we all load the old file, an old file, it breaks different things. So that's what I'm trying to do here. But that question from that Yusuf is writing there is something that I'm thinking. So when you do define the rotation for the objects, I think in shape somewhere, it's an object with angle and something. Wouldn't it be okay to just have 0 here? Because somehow this serialization might cause some issue, and if it's a value like that, then it's not gonna cause problem. And also, what else could there be in addition to this angle there? I'm from Romania originally, but I've been living in Finland for 13 years. So yeah, I don't know. I have a feeling that this angle is not necessary here. What does Mihir think? I just had a typo there. No, I don't implement animation in this. It's gonna be just a graphics editor. But I hope it's gonna be a really good one. And at the moment, this refactoring took way longer than I thought, and I'm still not happy with it. I would have wanted today to focus more on it, but there were so many contributions from others that took much of the time, and the program, the application advanced a lot, definitely, but still not in a good shape. I think I'm going to have to make one more refactoring session after in the next live stream, but it's gonna take a while until then. I think I will try removing that angle from there because it might save a lot of trouble. So let's just put here 0 and look for rotation. Yeah. I think rotation will always exist and be zero now. I think. Salute. So I liked the implementation that it had that object and the angle there, but I think I don't understand what else could be there. And there could be a reason, I just can't imagine it right now. Oh, that gizmo wasn't appearing anymore in the things we loaded. Yeah, shape loading. This is 0 already. But, oh, you're right. If we, hmm, okay, now it works. Hmm. Is there some nicer way to write this, like this, or? Okay, and the ovals don't work yet, and the paths don't work yet. But I think that we can just do the same for them, so. And the text, and the, no, not there. There. And the image. Like that. So now loading that. Okay. And something with the text. Okay, good. Right. Yeah, I don't know. I felt more committed in previous streams. Now it's been quite difficult. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. I think that will be important. Let's add here ideas because okay, now we're done with the contributions. Some history bug, but I think this is going to get fixed with this observer. Yeah, I don't have any more energy. So the shape loading, well, we can't do that much now because of this this load is a static class here, is a static function here, and it's not going to be inherited. But it's a good idea, and I think eventually we might find a better structure for that. Now I think that this is okay. So let's do one commit. And say here, like that. Okay. Yeah. Next time, this takes second priority. So no, we will not be able to go to this. I cannot continue the project adding new features like that in the current state. So really, these things go to next time. And the rectangle selection was actually fixed in a very sloppy way. So I'm gonna put it here now. And Gizmo bug fixes, there are still there. So especially now with rotation related. And rotation could be done without the canvas modification there, without the canvas translate and rotate. Yeah. Okay, but these contributions and all of these updates did make a huge change. It was not possible to do many things with the previous version of the application. So um, oh, oh, okay, I still have the hit testing. Right. I don't know. Can I still do anything really now? Probably not. Yeah, this is tricky. I don't know what to do. I think that I would really like to fix some of the things off camera because it takes a lot of time to figure out the structure and to figure out the math and to everything. But then I don't document all the steps in this, so I really don't know. I think I want to keep the features unchanged and do some updates to this application off camera, and then do one update, and maybe the next stream will be starting with me explaining what changes I did. What do you guys think? Do you think it's okay? Because it's very tiring to move from one serious thing to another serious thing to another serious thing in the same stream. So it might take maybe one or even more to do the refactoring. But if I would code just by myself, then probably this is done in a few hours. I would think that I could get it in a very good state in 3 to 4 hours. But with the live streaming, I fear it might take 2 more sessions, and I just don't have time anymore because my work starts. So, oof, yeah. You can see how many small issues can come from this. I mean, it's relatively straightforward to implement some things. It's also possible to solve the math and these problem solving steps. But then issues come like, oh, we didn't think about the existing saved files or whatever. And then in the future, like thinking a little bit of the future and the idea that I want to eventually edit individual points, some of the existing implementation at the moment is going to cause some issues to that, and I have a feeling that these should be addressed already now, and yeah. Fix what? Alignment and styles on the floating toolbars? These? I don't know what's wrong with them. You mean like maybe here, these things that are not aligned, or they seem to be aligned up to a point, but then rotation is big enough to move things around. I think this was, let's see. Yeah, that would fix it there. Yeah. I guess it fixed it now. Any other alignment issues? I mean, here there are some issues, but I want to have real icons for these eventually, and I think that it can survive that. It can stay like that for now. And okay, here something. Okay, it's this grid, and why are these colors taking so much? Ah, it's because of this. Maybe they don't need to be in the same place. So is the whole color section. Mhm. I like this, but I wouldn't create the whole thing as the grid there. Oh, no, it breaks it. I just leave it there. So next time, I think we do it like that because there are many, many small issues, but they are hard to fix small issues. And I just don't think I will perform well in the next stream like this. Maybe we keep it low also with pull requests for next time, and then next time I try to until next time I try to refactor this like as much as I feel comfortable with, and then I start the stream showing the changes that I did. They won't be adding new features, but they will be consolidating the existing things. And I will make that update on GitHub before the next or during the next stream when I show the changes. And then I continue with new features from there. So, yeah, I think we continue like that. And so no pull requests for next time unless you want to give some ideas. And but I won't be accepting them. I will probably use them in the future somehow, but yeah, maybe no pull requests. We can just talk on Discord, for example, to if you have something to say or suggest or things like that. But I just want the things at the moment to be even better. So the code structure, I'm not very happy with it. I would say half of the refactoring that I would have wanted is done. And I just don't have the time. So making this as live stream, I think I gave a good idea of how refactoring is happening. And today we advanced in so many different ways, not just refactoring. A little bit went okay, but I didn't really have much time to do myself improvements, only adjust some things that were made by you guys. And I really think that the improvements from you were great. I mean, everything was really nice. It's just that when you start testing all the functionalities, different issues arise like that, and then you don't know what to start fixing. So, yeah. And this Git issues, I'm not sure how to do it in VS Code. I used to know how to do it in Terminal, but not that advanced with Git. So, yeah, I probably should brush up on that also until after next time, after the next stream, if you guys want to do uh, more updates. But I think this is just how it is. Let's take a quick look here and wrap up with the final update. So there was still this one, the previous behavior here. And I think we can take that one too. So let's do this one. Like so. And let's do this now. It was that minor thing with checking if the attributes ID exists. So, yeah. And the only pull request that is remaining is this one that I saw it has an interesting UI, like really nice looking, but those semicolons were issues, and they were also, it was also using external things, I guess, for the icons and things like that. So I'm not accepting it as such, but I will have a look at it at some point, and when I take from here something, if I take something from there, it will be, yeah, I will then credit Ravi for it. Right. Okay. Yeah. So I think this is how we end today's stream. And see you in, when do we see? See you at the end of this month, probably on this day. And I think that it will be off-screen refactoring. Meanwhile, maybe bug fixes, maybe all of these I try to do offline. I hope I have time for that also, because it's a busy time now at the start of the year. So yeah, this must have been the most boring stream from all of them. But it is like this sometimes. You just don't know which things to fix first. So might do these offline. In which case I will show when the next stream is. I will explain what I did and how I did it, but not in the same detail as trying stuff and realizing it's not a good idea and going back and so on. So yeah. Okay, yeah, thanks, Rajesh. I'm happy you like it. It's something that I want people to see. I mean, this now I don't know what to do, and I have to somehow think more about these before I start doing it. It's normal. Sometimes you have to just stop coding and think about it, and yeah. Okay, but thanks for watching, for being patient, and then next time I hope I will have these done, and I can move on to more interesting things like the groups, layers, and so on. And that should become more interesting, because if all this application that we have at the moment becomes more stable and in a good quality, it can easily get more features on top of that. But this needs to be properly done first for that to happen. Okay, so yeah, going back to chat and thought process and solutions, I think that it's enough. Like the things that you have seen so far and what is going on gives a pretty good idea of how the thought process goes. And maybe not everything needs to be documented, because it would just take way too much time now that my work restarts. So yeah, refactoring, some of it will happen on camera, some of it not, but feature updates will happen live. Okay, so thanks for watching, and see you next time. Next week will be normal video. Yeah, normal video next week. I hope I finished this submission for the Summer of Math exposition from 3 Blue 1 Brown. See you guys.